Yeah. Yay! Alright, it looks like it's back up. Hooray. Huzzah. See, ghost. I had to Google ghost hunting equipment because I don't really. I know they use like EMT readers and it's like sound recordings and electrical recordings. Uh, some of these are pretty ridiculous. So, how are you guys this evening? Oh, congratulations, Lindsay! That's really exciting. Is this your first nephew, or do you have other nephews and nieces? Ugh. Yeah, we're in for a cold spell. Hey, Tyra. Good evening. I'm warming up with the sketch request right now, and then I'll get on to your commission. Yeah. That's if it won't. It always wants to pop back up because it's just not heavy enough. Yeah, for real. Thank you, Joseph. He spent a couple hours this evening kind of getting, like, he fixed the microphone and he got OBS set up and he added some additional screens. So thank you so much for doing that. So are your two nephews, are they brothers, they're siblings, or like different sides of the family, or what? Shot, I'll have to look into that. Shotcut. I'll have to look into that. 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 I'll have to my goodness. One siblings, my goodness. Just meeting up with your brothers and sisters is like a family reunion in and of itself. That's pretty cool. That is a lot of birthday parties. Wow. That's at least one a month. Wow. Oh, okay. I gotcha. That's still really cool. So today here in Nashville, it was like 58, and Joseph and I went out for a walk, and it was quite comfortable, and we stopped for a coffee and a snack, and the weather, like the temperature dropped, I would say like 20 degrees. It's supposed to snow. Isn't it supposed to snow tomorrow?
It's definitely supposed to change for the worse, but I don't know about snow.
Oh man, having a nice clean studio, it's like such a good time for inspiration. It's like a clean slate. Was it okay? So when Michaels does their big sales, they usually exclude like Copics and Cricut. Did this sale exclude Copic and Cricut? Because those are like the primo items. I didn't go, but I got their flyer. I want to say that commissions or requests from Zora are always fun. Like, their characters are always really, like, I always end up enjoying the concept, and it's always, or it's very often, characters I wouldn't necessarily think of myself. Oh, nice. Are like Tide Pods? Is that what you mean by forbidden fruit, Joseph? Wow, dang. Yeah, mine, the one here, they love Jane Davenport here. So, I can, if I'm like interested in seeing what she's got out, I can usually hit up my Michaels and they'll have like the new display before everybody else gets it. But yeah, their art supply section is kind of sad. Oh, nice. Yeah, actually, there's a few different kinds of colorless blending too. Like, this is a Caran d'Ache full blender. As you can see, I haven't tried it out myself yet. And let me see if I can get it. I think Colorsoft. Derwent also makes like a burnisher, which kind of pushes the pigment around, but it also flattens the texture on the paper. And then, yeah, of course, Prismacolors as well. Hey, nice. Stock up on dem Copics. Yeah, I'm actually going to be using, I went ahead, I haven't swatched my colors yet, but I went ahead and I selected the colors I wanted to use for the alcohol marker commission tonight. And it's a good mix of Copics and Blick. Yes, they do. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry, Indy. I hope you feel better. Thank you for stopping by. That's such a mood, Lindsay. When I lived near a Dick Blick, I spent so much more money on art supplies. Now that except the problem is Amazon's gotten kind of competitive with like their art supply pricing depending on who you're buying from. And then Blick has really good shipping prices depending, if you're spending like more than $35, it's free. And they've gotten really fast too, so that has backfired on me. No, no, this weather is not good for anybody with migraines or allergies or arthritis, gosh. It looks like my camera is making everything look a little bit squatter than it actually is. All right, I think that is about it for Philip. So I'm gonna like stand up and stretch, crack my neck, and then we can go ahead and get started with Tyra's Magical Girl. And that is an old chat, and that is my current chat. I'm not going anywhere, I'm just stretching. Okay, so while I'm between projects, I guess, is there anything like in terms of demonstration drawings? Is there anything you guys are kind of curious about tonight? Or is there anything you'd like to see me demonstrate? Also, hi, welcome Bailey, and thank you Zora. If you want it, I have your mailing address. I can send you a shipping quote. For these sort of sketches, it's just the cost of shipping. I don't want to lose my shirt paying to mail stuff. If you don't need a physical copy, I can scan it and email it to you. If no one has any requests right now, I'm going to start. You know what? I'm going to go through the materials I want to use for Tyra's commission. And there is the super adorable art. I love it. I do have a couple questions for you, Tyra. Is she wearing a yellow kimono? Like, is it yellow, is it cream, or is it white? Yes. Also, thank you so much, Julie. Yeah, for those of you who don't know me from the other stuff I do, I have a blog, nattosoup.blogspot.com, and I talk a lot about comics, watercolor, and just general art supply goodness over there. And this year I'm closing out the blog to the public, and I'm going to make it backer exclusive at some point this year. And kind of my vision for that is I'm going to take kind of the best posts I've done, so stuff from my Watercolor Basics series and stuff from my Intro to Comic Craft series, and I'm going to turn those into like PDFs, but it's going to be like themed PDFs, and start releasing those to my art nerds. Okay, so this is a alcohol marker commission. I'm going to do it in a chibi style. And I've got some nice mixed media paper that I've actually, say nice, I've never used this before. So it's Strathmore Vision, and I use Strathmore's mixed media paper a lot, but this isn't quite the same as their what is the word? Visual Journal mixed media paper. I actually did a comparison review of that a while back. So what I'm going to start by doing is I'm going to re-separate the colors I want into the families I had them sorted into, and then I'm going to swatch them. And that's going to give me an idea how it works on the paper, like how the colors look on the paper, how thirsty the paper is. I may end up switching the paper out if I don't like it for markers, but I thought this could be a really good test to see if markers and this paper are a good fit. I've also got all of these really cute, so I really want to, I hope I have your permission, Tyra. I have all these really cute findings, like different papers and stuff that Kino Kitsune has sent me, and I'm hoping I can incorporate it into it if you're okay with that. A pastel yellow kimono. Okay, can I, if it's okay with you, can I use this Sakura print Shiogami paper? If I think I should have enough of it, can I use this for her kimono, like the fabric? I think it would look so pretty. It's okay if not, I just wanted to ask first. Hi, welcome, Space is Weird. I also have these really pretty, and they're shimmery. You can't quite see it, but they're shimmery. They're gorgeous. Kino Kitsune sent me these. I believe you sent me these. Thank you. Awesome. I think it's going to look super cute. And I've got like these kind of cutouts, and I've got like these like cherry blossom Chiyogami paper stamp things, stickers, and then I've got like this kind of cut paper with like, and there's also like a butterfly motif which was in the reference. And I also have like this kind of overlay. So I have like all these kind of cool papers that I think, I don't know if I'm going to use all of them because that might be too much, but I thought they would look really cool with your character. So that's kind of the direction I'm leaning in. And then I also have like different washi tapes. Some, like I picked these up when I was in Japan, and these are like, they're like little stickers. I think they're kind of cool. And I have like gold and silver. So I have like a bunch of neat different things, and I thought it could be really fun, and I thought people might enjoy watching it, and I thought it would make for a nice in piece. I also have these like cute flower stickers. I don't know if I'm going to use them or not because I'm not sure if they're going to go with it. It might just be too much, but you know, I wanted to have it handy, and I wanted to show you guys. Gel matte medium. You know, I might have some gel matte medium. Oh, these ones, the little circular ones. Yeah, I figured that because they remind me of the larger rectangular ones I just showed you. I'd picked up like a book of those at Michael's. Okay, so I'm going to resort my colors, kind of get myself back in my headspace. And whenever I do marker stuff, I always pick a lot more colors than I need and swatch them and kind of, I'm sure you guys do it too. Nice. What did you end up using? Okay, give me... Okay, I wanted to bring up the screen so I can kind of figure out where everything is. I'm also going to sketch with pink and purple lead, and then I wanted to maybe do either some outlining or some accent with like I have some colored brush pins. Some of them are by Sakura of America, and some of them are by Prismacolor. And then I have some tiny Le Plume alcohol markers. I've used those before. They're good for smaller details. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the skin tones. And fixing my camera so y'all can see a little bit better. Gotta wait for the thing to catch up so I can... It looks like such a small, like a small square. Clean release painter's tape. Yeah, that makes sense. What I'll do is I'll stick the blue tape to like the underside of my arm and then paint water on it, wipe it down with a paper towel, and then stick that on my watercolor paper. Like, and I go wet onto wet. And I find that dampening the tape helps it adhere better, but it's not as prone to tearing. And then when I remove it, I try to tear it away at a like a 45-degree angle. So even if it tears, it doesn't tear into the image, it just tears the outside paper that was already covered with the tape. But like if you're taping things off to mask, I don't know that that method I just described would work very well. So it's your mileage may vary, and I'm really glad you found something that works. Yeah, well, that's why I'm going to chat with you guys. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I can actually switch views. Give me a sec. There we go. I'll turn it back on once I'm referencing the camera, I mean the character again. So this is a fairly dry paper. What I like about dry papers like this is, yes, they're very thirsty. They will drain your alcohol markers, but you can get a lot more layering and a lot more blending out of them, so they stay open a little bit longer. And speaking of Michaels, this is an empty Copic sketch I filled with Ranger Adirondack and Peach Bellini, because they actually have some really nice colors, and it's nice to be able to use them in a marker format. Hey, good evening, Ink Guy. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, since I've swatched like what I want to use for the skin tones, is I'm going to decide, because you can see we have kind of two things going on. Right here, we have like blush, lips, sort of peach pink colors that are used for like above the eyelids or beneath the nose or the lips or the cheeks. So what we have over here is we have two types of skin tones. We have warmer ones and then cooler ones. So I kind of want to decide if I want to go warmer skin tone route or cooler skin tone route, and then I'm going to number them based on the order I'm going to use them. And I actually do this for a lot of my alcohol marker sketches. I usually just don't capture that part of it. So I think I want to go with the cooler route because she looks like she's got kind of porcelain skin. And it's going to make the pinks kind of stand out a little bit more. Sounds like it's coming down now. And then I'll use this for my darkest accent. And while I'm thinking about it, I do need to think about a shadow tone for her skin. No, this is BV 000. And for paler skin people, I usually go for like a very pale blue violet. So that's going to be my shadow tone, and we're using 095, 078, 001, oh, and Peach Bellini. And let's see. This one's a little bit, like this is almost a little fluorescent. So this one is a little bit more natural. So then what I do is, see, I've got all these markers. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of cull the herd. And that is actually 094. I don't think anybody wants me to watch 2,000 channels of me swatching markers. It could be like marker ASMR. All right, guys, we're gonna swatch the markers. Oh, I'm glad it worked out. A friend wanted to do something yesterday, and I don't get out a whole lot, and I'm really glad I got out because it put me in a really good mood. So now we can all be at our best. I can entertain y'all when you're snowed in, and y'all get to have me nice and genki and energetic. Well, as energetic as somebody with a headache can be. So I'm going to put my skin tones aside. And often what I'll also do is just scratch out the colors I'm not going to use so I don't get confused.
Man, the camera is
Yeah, I know.
flipping its focus like crazy.
I know. And I think it just tried to cut me. It says it's streaming. There we go. No, I probably won't be able to get to it this stream, but I can get to it next week. Wait, no. This is the one I want. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm not sharing.
How? What? Did it not switch over?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. I like that I can share what I'm working from so you guys can see how cute everybody's submitted art is. Okay, so we're using the Chiogami paper for yellow, but I'm still going to swatch it because I'm going to want to add some shadows to it, I think. And then when it's something this pale, I'll often box it in just so that I can see it. It's not like I'm like, where'd my swatch go? That's another one. And I apologize that I didn't. Hey, how are you? I'm glad you can make it. I should have swatched this before the stream started, but I kind of ran out of time and I wanted to make sure I ate dinner. Nope. That's going to look fluorescent. Oh my gosh, yes, you should definitely, you and Kino Kitsune for sure should play Garden Paws. It looks like Animal Crossing meets Breath of the Wild, and it is a multiplayer game, and I will probably start playing it once I get like my class and my comic stuff kind of better settled. And I'll make sure I share my handle. It looks so cute though. Can you pop a link for it? Well, I also know if I'm hungry, I am not going to draw very well. So I thought, you know, taking care of that. Oh, no, I mean, spring green is very neon. My goodness. Nope. Yes, right? Like, to an extent, it also looks like they're trying to be cute, like a little too hard in some ways, but I watched some of the gameplay and it just seems very laid back and relaxing. So I thought it would be a good game to play. I'm also going to warn you, I'm going to keep streaming until this commission is finished tonight. That might take a really long time. I don't expect anybody to stick with me. It's not, attendance is not mandatory, obviously. As I'm swatching, I'm like, so other than being snowed in, what is one exciting thing or interesting thing or novel thing or funny thing that happened today? You know, if I could, I would. I just ordered bags of chips, cookies, and pretzels for my Making Comics class here in Nashville because the class is from 6 to 8. And I was like, oh, they're going to be hungry. So I really would do juice and snacks if I could for y'all. There will be snacks. There will be snacks. You are a brave soul walking to Walmart in a snowstorm. I would not be so brave. I guess you're used to it though. 6 inches. Is anybody going to build a snowman? Hey, good evening, Tally. Pink, 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 pink. Don't fall. Oh, gotcha. Well, that was very generous and brave of you. Out in the snow, going to get a bag of rice. I would have made somebody go with me. I'd have been like, not by myself, I don't. I must drag someone else into the cold. See, this is why we swatch, because look, this is such a pretty color, and this isn't bad, but that is not as saturated. Uh-oh. Alright, I guess I'm going to have to, how did that get so dried out? It was like nice and tightly capped. What? I'm going to try to revive that. That's a shame. It probably was like the right color too. I would. Oh, you got me. I shouldn't though, because they got to drive in that mess too. I'm not grunting at y'all. I'm grunting at. See, if that amethyst hadn't been dead on arrival. What are we dealing with here? FV. Okay. We need a good purple. That's true, yeah. Oh no, Lindsay. Oh no, are you okay? Actually, I would really like to do another live stream con, and myself and a few other artists have talked about doing it as like a, what is it, like Picarto lets you do multi-person streaming. So it's just scheduling and making it happen. Happy birthday! Well, I hope you've gotten some sleep between now and then. No more running on fumes if you can help it. I don't like any of my purples. Oh, digging in the Prismacolors. Come on, I know I've got some decent purples. Where are they hiding? But think of all the money it saves you, Lindsay. Just kidding. That is not what you want to hear. I mean, that's getting there. Well, still, happy belated birthday. Alright, so with markers I don't care about, it took 3 days for me to revive a Striker Iron Lock marker by soaking it in isopropyl alcohol. And the thing about that is the color is never going to be the same, but you guys saw that that nib is like ruined. So I guess what I'm hoping to do is, I don't know if I'm going to get the color right, but at least like get it usable again, and then when I refill it, hopefully it'll be right. So about 3 days. I mean, it's one of those things where like, oh, I see. Okay. That is not a, that's not a deep reddish blue Copic. Now I'm like all confused. Oh, I see. Okay. This is what you get when you don't write your colors down. And when the caps don't match the colors. The Copic is a lie, yep. That is not a good color. That's not what I want. This is more what I want. Probably. So inside of Copics, there's like a felt wick, and that's my concern. My concern is the felt wick has completely hardened. So I can soak it in like Copic Colorless Blender because that's kind of the solution that they suspend the dye in, and hopefully that'll revive it. I wouldn't recommend soaking a Copic in alcohol, like isopropyl alcohol. It's probably going to ruin it. Kino Kitsune can actually explain better than I can the differences. So different alcohol markers use different types of alcohol, like Blick and Copic don't use the same type of alcohol. So, I mean, I know people were refilling the Blick Studio markers with Copic ink. I guess you can do that. But they use a different kind of binder, not binder, but you know what I mean, vehicle. So it's not a risk I was willing to take myself. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. So 1, 2, 3. I know I have a darker purple somewhere. I just don't know where it is. And I can record myself trying to revive the Copic if you guys, not tonight, not on the stream, obviously. That might be a multi-day endeavor. And that way, for those of you who are kind of curious about how that would work, it might at least give you an idea of whether it's even worth it. You shame me in front of everybody. I'll never recover. My e-cred is ruined. No one will ever take me seriously as an artist again. Just like really lay it on thick. Dear Copic Senpai, you failed to notice me, and then I bought a dead marker, and my life will never be the same. I will, and they'll take me very seriously. They will not laugh at me. I don't know, actually. They might be like, oh no, that's awful. Everything we've seen on NHK and with experience going to Japan, they take product design and product performance very seriously. Julie, is that a space concern or just, like, I do what I want? You can tell me what to do, Copic, but I do what I want. I don't know if I've shown you guys. I think I have, but I have a bunch of clear plastic drawers from the Container Store that I use to display my markers. Not display, wow, display, because people can see them. People come to my house to look at my markers. Hey guys, this is my marker collection. Welcome to Cribs. Marker Cribs. There's a really good blog for that, and unfortunately, the sands of time have taken the link away from me. I'll dig for it, because I was starting a blog post about exactly that, about how older art supplies, you just had a lot more selection. You were kind of spoiled for variety. I mean, those are nice, but those are not really the color I'm looking for. Hey, good evening, Madeline. Nope, not it. My chows want to die too. See, y'all can see I'm a negligent marker user. I store them horizontally, which is supposed to prevent them from drying out, and they're still wanting to die. That is not the color I want. All right, I did it. I swatched them all. Well, you might be young, Tyra, but your art is already quite accomplished. Wait, what are you even talking about, Joseph?
Have you never seen football plays?
Oh, yeah, wow. You're right. Oh, hey, look, it didn't bleed through. Okay, so I'm going to have this off to the side where I can reference it. And now it's time to start sketching this cutie. Oh, nice, you can escape. Well, when it comes to art and drawing, we all have, that's like the exciting thing, is there's so much that all of us can still learn, and so many new techniques and new materials to try. I mean, it's a little bit like space exploration, but not really, in that there's so much potential. Oh my gosh! That sounds really rewarding, Lindsay. Hey Jen, welcome. Hey Tyra, do you know, have you decided on what kind of shoes she's wearing? I was kind of thinking, if you're okay with it, Gata, and I'll drop in a reference to what I'm talking about. Wow, that is a link. Okay. I will not drop the link. I will just leave it. Yeah, I'll just leave it up on the screen for a little while. Is it showing up?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. So originally the idea was to do it like get in and get out kind of power hour, where I just either draw a couple of things or I demonstrate a couple of things and I keep it confined to 1 hour. But I end up having so much fun doing that. So it's kind of like until I either go through all the requests that I've taken or I finish the commission that I'm working on. Oh, y'all, I could shame myself right now. I have not like those, but I definitely have a pair of Gaeta in my room, right? Not in my studio, but in my bedroom. Just because we're going to streamline things a little bit more, hopefully. Well, like hit a rhythm, you know? Honestly, it might end up getting longer because I've told my students in my making comics class that if they have questions, they should come during the power hour stream. Okay, all right. It's only like 10 minutes over the hour mark. Okay, so our first stream last week. Thank you. I'm glad you can make it. Our first stream last week went for 3 hours. Because I'm not good at time management. Oh my gosh, thank you. I really look forward to doing these because getting to hang out with you guys, even if it's digitally, is really nice. Like, how do I explain this? Like, it's nice to make that kind of connection, you know? Hey, Catherine, I'm glad you can make it. So also what I want to do with this after I marker it is I want to cut her out and put her like maybe collage some elements in. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. It's like more give and take, you know, like we can actually talk about things. Oh, I just miss seeing you though. Yeah, I was having a lot of struggles getting it going. Also, if Saturday is a better day for y'all, let me know. Because this stream is still young enough that I can kind of maneuver the days around. Okay. And she's got a yellow obi. I want to do something cute with her hand, but I might have to move it. Like, maybe so. Saturday night at 8 CST. Usually it's Friday nights. Either day is good for me. I want it to be like she's pinching her cheek, but with chibi stuff, the head is so big that, like, sometimes for certain gestures to work, you have to give them, like, ridiculously long arms. Now it looks like she's picking her nose. Okay, try one last trick. I'm going to draw the hand first and then figure out the arm from there. Yeah, it would be 9 Eastern. You sure can. So, give me a sec. I can't chew gum and talk at the same time. So with the Patreon, if you can start at $2 a month, and patrons, who I often refer to as my art nerds, they get first crack at requests. So I will draw their requests first thing in the stream. So even if like I've taken 5 requests and a patron puts in one like halfway through the stream, I will put theirs like next in line, if that makes sense. Of course, you can also commission things. Like I'm working on a commission for Tyra right now. That's why we're doing it in alcohol marker, and I'm using all my fun papers, stuff like that. So you have a couple of different options. And I also, my art nerds also get my videos really early. So we pay someone to edit for us, and that's always been kind of, I try to get byproducts as soon as they're released or as close as I can. Chris can take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a month to get the video edited. We have kind of a system going now where if I upload it to my Google Drive, he can get it to me that week. My art nerds usually get those videos first, so they will get it like almost as soon as the product is out, and then I work it into my scheduler, and I can actually show y'all that if you're curious. That's right, that's the whole point of being an art nerd, is you get to cut to the front of the line. Well, I want to restructure my rewards because I am abysmal at sending out physical awards, and I really apologize for that. It's embarrassing, and I really need to do that. But I want to like basically clear the table, so get everything from last year sent out and then get rid of all the physical rewards. So this is what I mean about my scheduler, and everything written is in red. Those are YouTube videos that are scheduled, and everything written in blue are blog posts. And that's just stuff I've already worked on. With the blog, I've been working kind of hand to mouth lately. Like I have like 6 different posts all in progress, but none of them are done. So that's going to end up becoming another Patreon reward, is I'm going to take the blog off. Like it's not going to be public access anymore, and I'm going to make it backer access only at some point this year, just because like I update the blog 2 days a week on Mondays and on Thursdays, and I just can't update a blog, update YouTube, teach a class, do conventions, draw a comic. Like I just can't do that anymore. So the stream is like, it's kind of a way to get more interaction with you guys, because I don't want to do, you'd like an SUV? Me too. I can haul all my con stuff around. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, they all sound so good, right? Like, they all sound really fun, and then it's hard to keep doing them because, like, maybe you're doing cons, or maybe you're working a day job, or, you know, things come up, and then you feel bad because you can't fill it for people anymore. And I actually promised Joseph with the stream that if it got too stressful, I would just stop doing it. Yeah. Well, I don't feel too bad. I just want to, like, shift how I do things so it's more rewarding for the people who've been supporting me. Okay, that's a little bit better. Although it doesn't necessarily make sense either. It still doesn't read as she's, like, poking her cheek. Yeah. Yeah, off and on I'll get outside of the house freelance jobs. Being in art is so expensive. Yeah. I hope that reads more as she's poking her cheek. Woohoo! I did it! I don't know, the back pain. Is it, I mean, you would know better than anything I could recommend. What kind of stamps, Jen? Like, man, my brain is fading. Like, not just rubber stamps, I know. They also have, like, they look like they're cut out of, like, a jelly plate kind of thing. Like those, or, I'm sorry, my lack of knowledge is... This character is so cute. Oh, is the auto focus going out? That's what I meant to, that was how I wanted to ask. Acrylic, thank you.
It just keeps on pulsing like once every...
You think it's because, like, I'm shaking the table and it's shaking the arm?
I think it's just dumb. Is there a switch on it where you can disable autofocus?
No, I don't think so. Oh, that sounds cute. Wait, okay, is Stampin' Up really an MLM? I didn't know that. I'd heard of Stamping Up, and like I know a lot of YouTubers talk about it. I didn't realize it was an MLM though. That I want to hear more about, Julie. Would they do it like Tupperware parties or like the big thing now seems to be the oils. Like I have an aunt who's into the oils. Give me a sec, I want to check. Oh, I'm so sorry about the video quality. Y'all can't even see what I'm doing. I gotta get that fixed. So like the way that works, if I understand correctly, is another member recruits you. You pay like a certain amount of money to be a member, to be an employee, to be like a vendor. And then you buy the whatever, the stamps or the oils, and then you sell them, right? Yeah. I mean, like, the idea of purchasing the stock and then selling it at home and demonstrating it, like, that is, like, that's an appealing idea to me. The problem is, like, from other MLMs I've read about, they get you to buy more and more and more and more, even if you can't sell it. And then people end up, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt with all this stock they can't move. Yeah, that's such a shame. Because a lot of the people who get kind of sucked into that are like single moms or women who are looking to earn a second income. It's a lot of people who have kids and families that they're trying to support. And like the other people, often their own friends, get them really sucked into it. Oh, it's so easy. You're going to make so much money. But really, they're just trying to get the monkey off their own back. Are they still giving out the pink cars? I mean, I can only imagine how many. You could have bought that car several times over from all the Mary Kay you're going to have to sell, but I remember the first time I saw one, it was in like 2005, and it looked like it'd been on the road for a while, but I can imagine if like you'd worked that hard to earn the pink car, just I would drive it into the dust. Yeah, I can see that. That's a shame. Essential oils are a tricky business too because a lot of them are like bergamot, for example. If you're using the real thing, it can be caustic to apply to the skin. I'm glad to hear it, Julie. I know it's taken a lot of dedication and a lot of sacrifice on your part to be able to maintain it. And I really respect and appreciate that. That's cool. What made you stop? Do you still draw comics? Oh, I love the smell. I like how it tastes too. Supposedly we can eat it and it's not a problem. It's just putting it directly on your skin is, actually maybe I can find that. Actually, maybe you can find that if bergamot, bergamot, is caustic to the skin. Yee.
What is bergamot?
It's a citrus. And it's used in teas, and it's also used because it has this really nice smell. Like very refreshing and citrusy.
Increased photosensitivity,
There we go.
resulting in greater damage from cells.
Sorry, I was wrong. Apparently, it causes increased sun sensitivity, which can lead to increased chance of getting like sunburned or skin damage. That sounds really cool, Julie. Do you mind, like, if you don't mind me asking, was this for like one of your nursing positions? Oh, that's really nice, Lindsay. Yeah, it's such a rewarding feeling. You'd mentioned that earlier. You'd asked something along the lines of like, what is everybody's most rewarding experience with art? I'm still thinking about that. That's really cool, Julie. I was that all. I know it's a newsletter for your work. I don't know if that was also distributed to the patients, but I'm sure that would have brightened some of their days, if so. That sounds really nice and relaxing, Jen. Do you use peppermint and eucalyptus for migraines? Yeah, please do. I think you ought to make it into a zine, personally. Although, I guess if it includes sensitive information, then no, don't. But so I'm using a piece of tracing paper because I'm noticing that my hand's starting to smear the pink, and this is just going to help prevent smearing. And what's neat, I'm not going to ink this until the end because you can get kind of a faux lineless art if you use watercolor or alcohol markers on top of these sort of colored leads. I don't recommend using darker colors though. Yeah, that's what I will take medication, but I also like to use eucalyptus products, like hand balm, that kind of stuff to help with migraines. I'm glad you kept your original art for that. So I think the most fulfilling art experience I've had recently was, so I taught 3 workshops in Southeast Louisiana. That's where I'm from. I had taught 3 workshops in my home parish, and I don't know, the kids were just so excited about comics and drawing comics and like really eager to get started. And it was very little effort to get them drawing. And I don't know, that enthusiasm, that even the kids who were like, I don't draw very well, were still willing to try and were still willing to show me their art. And I found that really refreshing. And I don't know, it just like made me excited to teach another course with adults. Adults are not always as easy as kids to get them to like trust you and to show you their work. But I feel like I kind of learned a lot from engaging the kids, so I'm looking forward to bringing that into my next class. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I hope I can continue working with those libraries. It took a really long time It took a really long time to convince them to let me try. And it took some of the older librarians who knew me when I was a kid retiring to get them to let me try. But I'm really grateful that they allowed me to have the opportunity. Being able to share my knowledge with, you know, the area I come from has been a dream of mine. Magic pencils, yes. Give me a sec. Yeah, they're gorgeous. They come in like different color sets too. I have a Cretacolor Mega Quattro, which has what, 4 colors in it? Yeah, red, green, yellow, blue. And then there's this kind of knockoff looking thing. I picked it up in San Francisco. You can get them on Amazon, but they only want to sell you sets of 12 for like 20 bucks, so it's not worth it. And this one, I have to look at it closely. Looks like it's also got orange and light blue in addition to red, blue, yellow, green. And then this is one of the Kohinoor ones. And what's different is the Kohinoor ones have like a checkerboard pattern in them, whereas the Cretacolor and these things that are not marked, they just kind of have like a swirl to them. Yeah, and I think I'm going to steal that from you, Julie, and try that. Like, I always try to impress upon my students that, like, comics really aren't about just the art. You have lots of great comics that have arguably not awesome art, you know, like XKCD is my favorite example because it's literally stick figures. Like, if you can draw stick figures, you can draw comics. And you can draw good comics that people will like. It's all about, no, I'm so sorry. Let's see, it looks like it's still up. Try refreshing the page. Tap, 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 tap. I mean, everybody wants to have pretty art, and I think some people really stop that. Not just pretty, like cool, or you know what I mean, like everyone wishes they had the ability to draw the things in the aesthetic that they find the most appealing. And a lot of people, as we get older, we forget like how much time we had to sink into it as kids, and then we get really discouraged by lack of progress, or like we compare ourselves to people who maybe they have more time to draw, so you know, they made progress faster, or maybe they knew people who were like great art teachers or great artists, you know, like, I don't know, that's what makes me sad about teaching adults sometimes, is how quick people are to put themselves down. Hey Terry, how are you? I think, y'all should correct me, we have 3 nurses in the house today. So if there's any emergencies, they've got it, right? Y'all have it? Or is it like, nope, off duty, no thanks? So right now I'm working on what's going to end up being a marker commission for Tyra, and it's of her really cute magical girl character, and I have the reference that she provided up so you can take a peek. Her style is really, really cute. So I'm preparing it for like a faux lineless not watercolor, marker kind of thing. Okay, so we have one nurse who will just watch us die. That's all right, that's fair. And we have one nurse who's gonna like rush in and save us. I like those odds, because it is better than no nurses. Oh, that's a mood, Jen. I get you. That's where the internet is both wonderful and frustrating, because it gives you definitely have a better chance of finding people who love your stuff. But there's also, you're going to meet more people who don't, because it's just a numbers game. Yes. Yes. No, no, Catherine. You gotta work on it. You gotta be your own best friend. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick, Tyra. It sucks. Is it a cold? No, wait. No. Indy had the migraine. Your own best friend thing is something you gotta work at, too. Because I feel that was me in 2016. That was a bad place to be. But I think you're a really sweet person, and I don't think you deserve whatever hate you're giving yourself. You don't deserve it. Oh man, cold. That's miserable. The weather's gross, and you went out in the snow. Hey, shadowing. Yeah. Self-critique is different from like just beating yourself up. Like there's a difference between being like, you weren't here for it necessarily, but like I had to redraw this hand like 6 times. That hand was not working. But there's a difference between being like, all right, the hand's not working, I'm just going to redraw it until it's right, and being like, oh, I'm a horrible artist, I can't even draw a hand, oh, I'm the worst, why am I even drawing? Like, and I think being able to get kind of detached from it when you're critiquing yourself can be really helpful. Because if you're just making yourself feel like garbage, if you're just saying cruel things to yourself for whatever reason, because you think you're going to bully yourself into getting better, I mean, that's not true. You're just going to get discouraged. I mean, it might take longer. I say this as somebody who, like, was queen of bullying myself, thinking it was going to, like, make me a better artist. I was going to, you know, like, I didn't have enough fire in my belly, but being cruel would make me have that fire. That's awesome, Jen. Yeah, and you would be surprised by who is willing to help you out, who's willing to play ball. Well, you know, when you get to draw a cute character, you gotta kawaii it up. Gosh, I was saying it wrong for like a shamefully long period of time. I was saying everything was scary. Kawaii rather than kawaii. That can help too, shadowing, because sometimes when we focus too much on our art, we kind of lose track of what was making it work for the story. And in comics, story should always, I mean, yeah, art should always serve the story. That's something I'm kind of struggling with Kara right now, is it's gotten too detailed and too rendered, and it's not serving the story, and it's starting to get kind of muddy, and it's taking me a really long time to finish things. So that's something I'm going to need to work on myself. So yeah, Jen, keep fighting that. Don't get, I hate to say don't get discouraged. I mean, I mean it, but like I know how trite it sounds. But like, just as much as possible, try not to take it too personally. Yeah. I haven't yet, Lindsay. It's sitting in my, like, to be reviewed. I know, y'all see me messing with the click erase. I wanted to do, like, a video on it, or like a discrete video, and then use it in the stream. All right, so I have the sketch done. I'm gonna grab a quick photo of it. Oh my gosh, that sounds super cute. I am using, it's kind of a new paper to me. It's Strathmore Visions mixed media paper, and it's not the same as the paper in their visual art journal. So this is my first time using it with markers. Ah! Oh, I don't want to add a puppy face, as cute as that would be. And, well, I did have some really cute art to start with, Tyra. Thank you. Did it look like I was holding a square phone when I took the photo? Oh, that's right. I wanted to use the purple just to do some of, like, the darker areas. Because I've seen people using, like, two-tone for undersketching on Instagram, and it looks really good. That's my phone. Yeah, we're gonna fix the I don't know, the whatever ratio, I guess. This is for next time. My goal is to slowly improve the stream bit by bit. So last week I was streaming on my phone because it was very, very easy. And I really appreciate y'all's patience because it looked like garbage. This time I'm using a webcam, and we're using OBS and a microphone, so hopefully you guys can hear me a little bit better. No, that is not a pencil, that's an eraser. And she has earrings. It's like a vellum kind of surface, Terry. And I know what you mean. I have to touch too. That is an interesting question, Jen. So I have a brown thumb. I've tried many times to have a garden, but I'm actually very interested in homesteading. My dad grew up on a dairy farm, and my grandfather, my mom's dad, he was an agricultural major, and he ran several small farms, including a pecan orchard when I was a kid. And that is a huge influence on my art. And it's a really big influence on 7-inch Kara, which is my webcomic, because they're like Lilliputians. So they're tiny little people, and they do a lot of foraging and a lot of sort of like small farming, growing their own peas, growing their own grains, that sort of thing. So I can't answer for other artists, but that's definitely something I'm really interested in. And Joseph and I watch a lot of like J.A.S. Townsend and a lot of primitive living, and we watch like Coalcracker Bushcraft. And then I have aunts who, one of them is really doing the homesteading thing because she's got chickens and she's got bees and she's got a garden. So I think that's really cool. Unfortunately, when it comes to plants, I can't even keep succulents alive. But I think the ability to eat something you've grown yourself is just really phenomenal. Like, even if it's something small like a bell pepper, and even if you just like raised it in an AeroGarden, like, it doesn't have to be super like super gardeny for it to still be, you know, this connection with something you've grown and you've nurtured. Jen, I don't know who Justin Rhodes is. I'm going to have to look that up later. Don't feel dumb, Lindsay. I mean, if y'all don't get them in your part of the country, it's a very honest mistake. So basically what I'm doing is I'm using the purple to just kind of show where the shadows are going to be. That's going to affect the marker. Hopefully it won't ruin my markers, but hopefully it'll add just like a little bit of color influence. Is he doing like, is he going to have like fish tanks with tilapia and stuff? Like, is he going like full aquaponics? Ah, cool. I'll look them up. Oh man, pecan pie. Making me hungry. It's been a while since I've had good pecan pie. I think that's really cool, Terry. You're going to have to let me know how that turns out. Are y'all doing that outside, or are you going to start it inside just to see how it turns out? I think that'll be pretty cool. I was growing green peppers in my AeroGarden, and that turned out pretty well. It was like a nice little bell pepper shrub, and it made mini bell peppers, so I think you can do it. I believe in you. Hey, Cherry, how are you? Yeah, I could see that. That's why people tend to go with tilapia, I know. They also are pretty tolerant to some extreme temperatures, like they're used in like water cooling ponds at nuclear power plants. I'm good. Working on a commission. hours of power. I need like a sword. Like by the power of Grayskull. I'm gonna pull out my weird future device again. Oh, are y'all talking smack about me? I deserve it. It took too long. I'm pokey. Multiple hours of multiple powers. So you see how it basically makes the pink disappear? I mean, I can see it's like fluorescent pink, but I'm not sure if the camera's gonna pick it up. The plus side though is, Tyra, when you get this commission, you're going to be so impressed by how much cuter it is in real life, because the camera is not doing it justice. It's really cute. And I don't normally like toot my own horn too much. But, you know, you put cute in, you commission a cute character, you're going to get cute out. So I can't take too much credit, but I think you're going to be really happy with it. So this is actually a technique that Kabocha introduced me to. It's over blending. So we are kind of we're blending out the first color so much it gives like this really soft, blown out kind of transition. And you got to work kind of quick with this, because you're kind of taking advantage of the fact that the paper is very absorbent. I mean, Kino Kitsune, I'm sorry. And I'm sure other people have similar techniques, but it was Kino Kitsune who kind of introduced me to this one. And there's like a lot of color pushing, so it's going to bleed into the paper behind it. I'm okay with that. Thank you, Julie. I'm going to have to designate you like resident Patreon reminder person. Why haven't you been using them, Terry? Just too busy, or they're packed away somewhere? And weren't you in like Iceland recently? That's an interesting correlation, Jen. Now I'm going to kind of look out for it. The pink SUV. Or would it be Natto Soup Green, that like Celadon green color I used to use for all my branding? Gosh, that would be an ugly color for a car. I love that color, but not in a car. People ask you where you got your new wheels. Oh, just shilling on Patreon. No biggie. Yeah, Denmark. I'm so sorry. I saw lots of pictures of cold, and my brain was like, it must be Iceland, because that's how that works. Yeah, I mean, bless you. It's so like, it depends on what you're looking for. in your paper. And look, right now I'm just using the Blick ones. And Terry, the Blick ones are great. Like you can get like a small set of 25 maybe of your favorite colors. And that way you'd still have markers, but you don't have like this horde of markers. I lost track of what I was doing. No, I just lost track of my marker order. Oh. Did you eat anything tasty or like really weird? Oh, snap. I need to remember to do a light blue for her eyes really soon. Like as the shade color on her eyes. Jen, are you into Studio Ghibli movies at all? If you're not, it sounds like it would be a perfect fit for you because they're very often, not all the time, but often they're very much about man and nature kind of coinciding and finding a common ground sort of thing. Or it's just like an outright celebration of nature and natural spaces. Ah, I messed up her blush on that side. I'm gonna fix it. Oh, Viking Christmas sounds cool. Hey, can you drop some like wiki links, Wikipedia links to different Ghibli movies? I was thinking like Totoro and Ponyo and Mononoke would be really nature focused. Although Arrietty is also about like a lot about the natural world kind of thing. They're animated movies. Some people absolutely don't do animated movies. Like my mom just refuses. So, but I mean, they're beautiful. I think they're definitely worth the watch. Mononoke. Had to think for a minute. Ooh, what watercolor making supplies are you looking at, Terry? And I know what you mean, Tyra. No, Ooh, there's gross stuff in my marker. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Oh, this character's so cute. I gotcha. That came out in like 2002, right? Yeah, I've kind of warmed up. I was very quiet when we started, I'm sorry. I was also kind of embarrassed because you were probably there for it. Like we did like a test stream and people were there and Joseph was like, just let it run, don't turn it off, and then I turned it off. Also, sometimes it's hard for me to draw and talk, and sometimes it's hard for me to color and talk. I don't know. Maybe it's using like the same neural pathways and I just have trouble processing it. But I'm really happy to be hanging out with you guys tonight. Oh, okay. That reminds me, was that during the, this is gonna sound really, you might not know, during the Turner Warner Classics Ghibli Marathon? Because that was the first time I saw Whisper of the Heart, and I loved it so much. I stayed up all night to watch the whole marathon. That's true. You got me. My big secret is revealed. I was a choir nerd. Oh yeah, because you're making watercolors. That's right. Do you have any particular pigments in mind that you want to mess around with? Last year, Kino Kitsune was also doing pigments. Yeah, it's actually easier for me to read it than it is for me to like read and talk and draw. But I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I always give everything plus ultra. Oh, okay. What pig? I literally don't know. What pigment is Potter's Pink? Is it like a red clay? That is a mood, Shadowtronics. My problem isn't talking, it's shutting up. Yeah, I have a lot of trouble with commercially available Potter's Pinks because I've found they're very prone to lifting. So I would be interested to see if maybe a handmade one would, I don't know, be a little easier to work with. Okay, so I've let the skin tone on her face dry a lot. What's neat about this technique is you can get both like really, really soft blends, and you can also get harsher sort of color delineations. And what kind of makes the difference is how long you allow the areas to dry before you apply your next layer. So when I'm working really quick, like I was just doing, you're going to get softer blends because the alcohol is still kind of in the paper. But if you let it dry, you're going to get like nice, stronger delineations because there isn't alcohol in the paper already. Is there a medium I use for which I don't do skin tones first? Probably not. Yeah, they do, Cherry. They do seem to just lie on top. It's kind of like yellow ochre. Maybe, I mean, not that I think it's feasible, but maybe if somebody made like a Quinn Potter's pink, then it would be more what we're looking for. Because I really like the color too. It would make a really nice blush. And now I'm just using BV 000, and that's going to kind of desaturate some of the colors, which works well for shadow. And it's a pretty color too. It sometimes gives kind of like this, I don't want to say holographic, but almost like an opalescent sort of effect, depending on how and where you use it, like what colors are next to it. Yeah, can I do that next week, Jen? I'd be happy to, and I can do it with the different ones that I have. That is very true, Cherry. It depends. When I'm looking at my Cara pages right now, and I already kind of started blocking in the backgrounds. And the reason I did it like that is because the backgrounds are such wet washes that if I paint those later on, they're going to activate areas I've already painted, and there's going to be a lot of mess and a lot of bleeding. Friday, since people, it sounded like Friday was still good for people. Send it to me via the request form, and that way I will not forget to do it. So now I'm just going back over with 001, which is Camel, and I'm just kind of using it in areas where skin kind of went over skin. So like where the fingers cross over, where the head meets the neck, that sort of thing. Now I want to do her eyes, and they're this really pretty color of teal. I have all these really nice teals. When I lived in Savannah, I used to love going to like, there was a place called Gallery Espresso, and it was like this kind of ratty coffee shop with really great coffee. They really didn't care how long you hung out there, so I would either sit by a window and sketch people on the street, or I would sketch people in the coffee shop. In fact, both times I've gone to Japan, I tried to draw as many people around me as I could. And that's something I'd like to get back into doing more frequently because I've kind of lost that skill. Cherry, is it like a shyness thing, or is it just like the creative juices just aren't flowing? It takes getting used to doing commissions like at cons and stuff where people are constantly checking back in to see how things are going has helped a lot. Yeah, plein air art. I can't paint worth anything in public though. I don't know what it is. It's not that I'm like embarrassed about it. It's just like it just looks terrible every time I do it. Yeah, that was what's nice about Japan is most of them didn't know enough English to be like, hey, will you draw me? But I had this one old guy. I was like sketching at one of the temples. He had a camcorder. He did a 360 around me in my sketchbook. Didn't say a word to me. Like nothing. I probably don't have it uploaded on Gumroad. Well, that might...
Probably under Mini Comic Con.
Possibly.
Yep.
Are you linking it?
Yep.
Julie, they do, like, drawing people on, like, the subway or the bus. People get kind of, like, offended by it until, like, they come over and they see that it's literally just, like, it's not like a caricature. It's not me pointing out all their flaws. It's just, like, a very, very rough sketch. And then it's like, oh, okay. Kino Kitsune, I don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have to link me. I've kind of had my head in the sand for a few weeks. So I love this girl's hair. Its main color is purple, but it has these like teal highlights in it, and I hope I'm capturing those accurately. I bet it's a thing. That's why I said you're going to have to link me to it. I have a feeling I'm going to start yelling, so I don't want to see it right now. But I do want to see it because I'm curious. Sure thing, Julie. Yeah, that's, Jen, that's usually the safer way to do it. I've also found when I'm doing public sketching like that, it's either helpful to do it in a super tiny sketchbook so they think I'm just taking notes, like, oh, surely she's not drawing, that's so tiny, or to do it in like my normal sketchbook and just have it on my lap so people can see what's going on. I mean, then I do get like the, will you draw me? Will you draw my brother? Kind of stuff. And then it's like, yes, for money. And they don't like that answer. But it does kind of stop people from thinking I'm just being a jerk. Yeah. That's a good use of your time, though. Oh, Joseph asks the toughest question of all. You know I would draw their Shiba for free. They might not like how it turns out because I don't always draw doggos the best, but I would draw their Shiba for free. Free Sheeb. Yep. That is the thing with public sketching. But you know, you could carry your business card and tell them if they change their mind, they can always get a hold of you through email. I think people like the notion of owning art, but it's the idea of commissioning someone or purchasing something from someone directly for some people is still just completely foreign. Like my mom owns a lot of religious art, and it wasn't until I kind of grew up and started doing shows and selling commissions and stuff that she realized that like you can own personal art and it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. So for the kimono, I am putting a base color down and then I'm going to cut it out with an X-Acto blade, and this just kind of makes the transition between this drawing and the Chiyogami paper I want to use a little softer. Boy, oh. Maybe you could ask the Plasma Center if they'd be willing to put up a sign, like if they have like a cork board with kind of, you know, your contact information and some examples of what you do. Or maybe you could talk them into paying for like headshots, portraits of the nurses. And you could explain that's kind of like a friendly way for people to be able to get to know the people who are going to be taking their blood or giving them blood. Outside of a convention setting, I don't normally even try to do commissions because people don't necessarily, that they're not really necessarily in the right mindset. So I think you're very brave, and I admire your tenacity, and I know it can be kind of an uphill battle. Do any of you guys have experience with that kind of stuff? Like, I've thought about just like setting up a folding table, like a card table and a chair in the park with like a little sign. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's maybe they just can't they can't envision it in their own home. Something that I found has helped with selling commissions at shows is I go to Dollar Tree and I get dollar frames, and I frame my stuff, and that's kind of helped people. This marker wants to die. That's kind of helped move commissions. Yeah, that's why I haven't done it, Julie. I'm pretty sure in Nashville I'd have to do it. I'd have to get a permit. However, we do have like little one-day library shows, like Gallatin does one and Putnam County does one, and Gallatin and Putnam are either free or very cheap to table at. And then Handmade and Bound is like a 3-day show, and the table's pretty inexpensive, but it's outside under a tent, which you know, can be physically hard for some people. So there are opportunities, like not, I mean, some craft fairs will let artists table. Taka here in Nashville does not. Like, if you're an illustrator, they're not interested in you. And what is it called? Porter Flea, which is another kind of craft fair. It's like a Christmas market. They're not interested in you if you're an illustrator. So, you know, some venues are not illustrator friendly, but some of them are incredibly illustrator friendly, and you just have to ask. Like the Nashville Cherry Blossom Festival, I table with them, sorry, and it's a 1-day thing. I need to go to that. That was one of the Small Press Expo in St. Louis. That was one of the reasons I moved to Nashville, is that I would be in proximity for that. And I've never done it. Thank you for reminding me, Cherry. That's true, Julie. I'm just being quiet because I gotta do this part kind of quickly so I can take advantage of it blending, and then I will read the chat. Or I could get a text to speech. Have Microsoft Sam read me everything that's being said with like absolutely no intonation.
Are you gonna erase the line art afterwards?
Nope. I am not. You see how it's kind of starting to disappear? What I am going to do is I am going to ink over it in some places using those colored pens I showed you guys. I might even go grab some of my Muji gel pens because, and I have some videos that are examples of what, those of you who saw my Monster Girls that I did in marker, that's the aesthetic I'm doing with this. So I'm not going to erase the underdrawing. I am going to ink over it. Because you guys can see the underdrawing is either kind of melding in with the art or kind of disappearing. But I want it to look intentional, you know? Like, I don't want it to look like, oh, Becca just didn't erase the line art. I want it to look like it's part of the art. Okay, wait. I love the little ball earrings. I'm going to try to get them to look like they're like pink opalescent. We'll see how successful I can be with that. Okay, now I can get caught up, sorry. Ooh, Lindsay, that sounds like a good opportunity. And Cherry, that sounds amazing. I'm going to have to make a day trip. I think St. Louis is only like 4 hours for me. And Jen, that is such an artist mood for sure. Oh yeah, look, I highly recommend the Frugal Crafters channel. Y'all should check it out. Can you drop a link for anybody who hasn't? Heck yeah. Cherry, can you, I don't know if you can drop a link. Can you email me a link for the Comic-Con? And that way I can look into it. Actually have the option to show links. That's awesome. I'm so glad that YouTube took away, like at one time YouTube wouldn't show any links from non-moderators, and now I have the option to approve them, which I really appreciate. Thank you, Cherry. Have you ever tabled there? April this year. Ooh, I don't know if I can table for April because that's so close. I'm sure they're full, but maybe we can make a day trip. I just put in for A2CAF in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which I love A2CAF. It's run by Jersey Draw. I always have a hard time with his last name, Droz. And he's a comic artist, and it's in their library, and it's like a kind of more like for kids and teens comics. And the audience is just phenomenal, and everyone who tables there is super kind and super nice. Like, they get Raina Telgemeier and they get Zach Gialongo, so it's really awesome to be able to like be in a tabling environment with these people I look up to, especially because I haven't been able to get into SPX since like 2013, so this gives me kind of an opportunity to see what they're doing and kind of learn from them. So fingers crossed that they accept my application this year. I didn't table with them last year because I was doing the librarian conference, ALAAC, which I had a really good time at. It was such a good conference. But fingers crossed for this year. When is it? It's in April. Can you pop a link for A2CAF? And would you grab the link for the Wizard World Con and send it to me?
I already put it on our calendar.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Do you want me to see tables or?
I would like to just try and make a day trip of it, since hopefully we're doing A2CAF. So I'm really going to use overblending to really try to push this yellow back. My Y000 died on me, so I'm using Y000, and the transition is just a little bit harsh. So I'm going to try and blend it back, because I don't think Dayglow yellow is quite the right color. I would love it if y'all went. Like, I would love to go get dinner with y'all if you're cool with that. Sorry, I got like excited for a moment and I got quiet. Yeah. How bad, Cherry? How much are we talking? Yeah. Yeah, isn't there like a shortage? Yes, I am very food motivated. Joseph will tell you that. What was it earlier today? Anything is a reason. No, it was yesterday. Anything is a reason to go get dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything is a reason to go get dinner. Honestly, I feel like I've, other than like buying the refills for my markers, I feel like I've hit the end of what I need from Copic in terms of colors. So now's a good time to quit buying Copics, right? Yeah, same thing, Cherry. Oh no! Okay, is anybody... Give me a sec. Okay. Let me know if it drops. Yeah, Cherry, I was noticing that while I was swatching. It's like, oh, I've got a lot of the same almost purples that won't work for this piece. Awesome, glad to hear it. Is that, I'm not going to click it. I mean, I'm not saying like, I'm not going to click it like that. I just mean like, I don't want to like mess up the reference I have up. Is that different from the Neo Pico color, Kino Kitsune? Yes, Terry, they are. They sell the refills for them. Let me preach the gospel. Proselytize the art supplies. Yes. And the refills are, as you get as much as you do with the Copics, and they're like about half the price. So excited. And oh, they have the same sort of refill mechanism too. So it's like the little port spout, and they do have the gradations that none of us actually use. And apparently you can use the Copic tweezers to just pull the nibs out of the blick and refill them like that if you want. Always excite for art supplies. And don't let your dog and or cat chew on them either. Were you quiet, Kino Kitsune, until you figured out an acronym that fit that good? That is a wise plan, Terry. My cats are finally allowed back in the studio because they've stopped just pooping everywhere. But I will also pick stuff up so that, you know, they're not drinking, not licking up delicious, delicious watercolor water. Yes, you should. And report back. I know, right? It's like $7 for 4 nibs. That is a very legitimate concern, Jen. Mine sure do that, so I can vouch that you should not trust them. Mine are being surprisingly good tonight, too. Considering Bowie, anytime I start recording, he either starts like yowling in the background or he starts like tearing and clawing up the carpet. He's just asleep. Yes, or you could just tell the chat about it, whichever you want to do. I'm not volunteering you for extra writing unless you want to. Oh my gosh. Is it Niji who's the worst offender, or is it Xerox who has an envie for watercolor water? Sweet, sweet, delicious nectar of the gods. Jerry's Artorama's good. Plaza's good. Cheap Joe's is good, but there's only like 4 Cheap Joe's. And then whatever you have regionally, like Paper and Ink Arts here is like a calligraphy / I mean, to me it's like an inking store because they sell a lot of calligraphy stuff, so you know, for inking comic supplies it's great. And then in like New Orleans, there's David Art Supply. Also, some craft stores, if you happen to have any around you, will sell, I mean, they'll sell art supplies. It's going to be at kind of a markup though. I know there's nothing like going to a physical art supply store and deeply inhaling all the wonderful, possibly toxic fumes. I don't know. Art supply stores just smell so good. A good Blick, Terry, is an experience. Not all of them are made equally, though. Aw, that's a shame, Shadowwing. I mean, it's a shame that there just isn't enough local interest. I know there's like several in Ohio, but I don't know like how much closer that would be for you. I would say you should head down to Nashville, but we don't have one. I only go to Blick when I go to like San Francisco. Aw, thank you, Jen. Cherry, they don't do the 40% coupon, but if you are like a student or a teacher, if you have the membership, you get like a flat 10% discount on anything. And then there's like sale discounts as well. Yeah, yeah, there is. I've been to that one. It's nice. It's more geared towards like acrylic and oil painting because they have a lot of space dedicated to canvases. Yeah, Jerry's. I mean, Kino Kitsune and I both really like Jerry's, but it can be kind of like an acquired taste. They sell some weird things there sometimes, so like I don't go to Jerry's if I'm looking to buy something specific. I'll just order it online. I go to Jerry's when I'm looking to spend money on something totally new that I haven't tried before. They do, I mean, if you do watercolor, they do sell like, you know, the major brands. But in terms of inking supplies, they do sell Faber-Castell stuff. And the Jerry's in Nashville has like a really nice Faber-Castell display. But like, they're inking some, and they sell FW, so if you like FW inks, that's good. But it can be kind of hit or miss when you're finding what you want. Yeah, Cherry. Hi, Anna. Yeah, it's like about 2 or 3 years ago, Amazon got like serious about some art supplies, and they started getting a lot of the major retailers selling with them. Because I remember there was a point in time where for like videos in the blog, I wouldn't mention Amazon prices because they used to be like laughably expensive, but now they're pretty competitive. I don't think they can beat Blick in pricing, but unfortunately they can beat most mom and pop stores. Are you having a good evening, Anna? Dang. 6 letters. You haven't gotten like writer's block yet? Writing 6 letters in an evening? So they do, but you have to be more popular than I am. Yeah, what Arteza product are you looking at, Julie? I do. I'm open to collabs. I'm having a good evening. I'm glad you're having one as well. A good evening, obviously, not just an evening. Yeah, that's the lovely thing about digital is once you have the supplies, you're kind of set. Unless they decide to die on you. Not trying to jinx you, by the way. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. So, I picked up the Arteza. I have tried both. The Arteza, the tube ones. I haven't tried the pan ones. I kind of want to try the pan ones, but it's hard for me to justify buying the pans when I literally dried out the tube watercolors in their pans. So the watercolor paper, it's a cellulose paper. It's got a very even texture on it, like whatever mold they used has a very even texture, which I don't like. It's a little too regular to me, but these are like some Holbein swatches on it. So it takes color decently well. I haven't yet tried doing too much with layering yet. I have this and I just haven't gotten to it yet. So I'll let you know as soon as I know. The paints are, they have a lot of optical brighteners in them. So I have a feeling they're going to turn to mud when I try to layer them. And they dry okay in the tube, but they kind of handled like Reeves. Reeves will handle okay in the if you dry it in a half pan. The Artezas kind of handle like that. Oh, nice, an ink guy. Oh no, I don't think Art Topic is an art supply store. Yeah, student grade, Julianne. That's what I would say. I used to watch Doodle Date. I've just kind of fallen out of it. Dude, Mission Gold is so nice. They can get a little bit soupy with too much water if you're working with them from like a half pan, but they're so nice. The pigments are so pretty. And I really like Sakura's, in fact, I'm going to use some of them tonight, like the Jelly Roll, where they have like different color effects. They have some that have like a duochrome, where in one light they look like one color and in another light they look gold, or they have like a different kind of sheen to them. I'll show you guys in a bit. But I mostly use them for details. They kind of dry a little slow for me to just want to sketch with them. Oh, yeah. Thank you for hanging out for as long as you did. I appreciate it, Julianne. It was good seeing you. Good talking to you. Have a good evening. Did any of you guys used to write secret notes using white gel pens on like just any kind of paper? I know, right? We thought we were so sneaky. I had the vice principal confiscate one, and like my best friend and I would write the most banal things like, I'm so excited about going to your house to go swimming, or I'm so excited to go over to your house and play with your dog. And the vice principal thought we were like exchanging drug information for some reason. They also banned people from writing numerical kanji, so that's just some context. So she had me read the note out loud to her. She called me into the office and had me read the note out loud, and then she refused to believe that it was really that boring. No, I know there is invisible ink, but I mean, you know, we were in like 7th grade and gel pens were a thing, and you know, we're doing this in class, so like if I'd pulled out a fountain pen with invisible ink, that would have attracted a lot of attention that I did not want. You know, as I'm writing my notes about going swimming and playing with her English spaniel. You know, super top secret. I know, right? Oh no, that's awful, because a lot of people learn by like they're drawing, but they're also listening. Like if I'm not doodling while I'm taking notes, I'm way less likely to retain the information. Yep, same thing, Jerry. Yep. And then after I graduated from that middle school, they made everybody have clear backpacks. Which there's some really cute clear backpacks now, but in 2000, no. Of course, yeah. I bet you were so excited when you got it, Shadowwing. I would like your classes then, any guy. Or are you an art teacher? Is that just part of the course? Oh, awesome. Math is when I got my best drawing done. Boy, Jen, that is definitely a mood. I mean, I hear it's gotten even worse. which is a shame because you have all these kids who have different skill sets and different abilities, and they don't all necessarily do well with like the core classes, but they do well with theater, or they do well with gym, or they do well with ROTC or choir or art. And like to relegate those classes as so far down, I mean, oh gee whiz, there were some hungry puppos. That's cool. And Guy, that's like a really nice connection too, because so many people assume that artists are just bad at math, and you're proving otherwise. That's true. Even black and white comics, you have thicker line weights away from the light to imply shadow. So even really simple cartoony stuff has implied shading. Plus, you can pay attention better when you're shading. This is a different part of the brain. Oh, gee whiz. I'm so sorry for keeping you up, Tyra. Night, Catherine. Thank you for stopping in. Have a good rest of your evening. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. Before I lose the rest of y'all, if you happen to like my art, if you happen to like what I'm doing here tonight, I am available for commission, especially for commission during these power hour streams. You can email me for a quote, but something like this is about $35. And I'm available to work in watercolor, alcohol marker, pen and ink. I can do digital stuff as well, but the likelihood of me streaming it is much lower. And I want to thank Tyra again for letting me draw her adorable character. That would cause such a mess, Joseph. No, I really like geometry. And I mean, you know, doing comics, I do use it almost every day. So that's the one that's really stayed with me. it was more, I don't want to say algebra, but like algebra 2 level algebra. As soon as we started getting into linear equations, I had a teacher who was not a very good teacher because it was an honors class and everyone else could just kind of teach themselves. She also made us memorize the formulas, which, being ADHD, that's just not gonna happen for me. Like, it's just not. And she also could not provide salient real world examples of when such things would be useful. Like, literally the best she could come up with was like a staircase, and that was it for the whole semester. So, you know, and then I was stuck with her for advanced math and trig. I ended up getting a friend from a non-honors class to tutor me because she was just such an abysmal teacher. And I would stay after for tutoring with her. In fact, I got my one and only detention because she told me I could bring lunch with me to tutoring, and she didn't write me a note, and I got caught in the halls with food at lunchtime. And that really went on to bite me in the butt because when I was in undergrad, I was going to double major in Earth Environmental Science and in art. I think I've mentioned this in prior streams. And the reason I'm like one class short of a double major, and that's a calc class, and it's because Ms. DeLon taught it so poorly. I didn't have the confidence to take it college level. Like, I was like, I'm just not going to be able to do this. So I appreciate teachers who take their responsibility more seriously and actually care about teaching their students and care about their students who have learning disabilities or learning differences. Because she didn't. Yeah, I know what you mean, Kyra. That's why I like, when I'm at cons, I love commissioning other artists to draw my characters. Except they always draw Kara with boobs, and it's like she's 10. Oh, that is not quite the right purple. Alright, I'll make it work. You can always go back. You say old, but I mean, I had classmates who were twice my age who were going for their like graduate degree. If it's something that is going to bring you joy and you can do it without breaking the bank, I say go for it. I mostly hover at 11. Kara's 11. And I know some people are that mature at 11, but Kara's not. That's really cool. I don't think there's ever like an age limit to learning. And if your classmates can't put that attitude behind them, then they're the ones who have an age problem. They're just immature. And for a lot of people waiting to go to college when they're more mature or their brains have developed more or they're in a better financial situation, you know, that's what's right for them to do. And I think it takes a lot of courage to like go back to school because, I mean, it requires so much and you're juggling so much while doing both. But she was, Lindsay, she was making it happen. She wanted it so bad, she was gonna make it happen. I was a late bloomer. I looked 11 until I was like 22. Yeah, I gotcha. You could also just take a couple of classes at your local college in that particular field, like a portraiture class or a figure drawing class if you wanted to. But then again, there's like so many really wonderful resources online like Proko and Schoolism that you don't even have to physically go to a school. You can just take classes and get, I mean, you're not necessarily going to get the critiques, but you are going to get the information. You can do that online. Oh, nice. All right. So you're ahead of me. You're already doing that. Nothing I can say. Carry on. Nice. That is a good deal. Can't beat that with a stick. Are they teaching like the whole time, or is it like a figure drawing session where they have a model come in and the $8 helps offset the model fee? Yeah, auditing can be a really great option too. I know Joseph's audited a few classes. Okay, it's purple. Thank you. I appreciate that, but it is purple. I'm only bringing that up to reassure Tyra that I'm being very careful with her character. I apologize because my camera is probably doing screwy things. Oh, nice. That sounds like fun. I miss figure drawing classes. If you live in an area where that isn't necessarily an option, Croquis Cafe is a YouTube channel where they do, it's basically like a figure drawing class. It's actually really cool. I'll drop a link in a second. Of course, it is not safe for work and not all ages friendly. So I just want to caveat that, since I know a lot of the stuff I do on this channel is all ages appropriate. But it's a really nice resource. I mean, you know, having the ability to do it in a class setting and get critique from other students is huge, you know, but it's a good resource if that isn't quite, you know, maybe you're shy or you don't have your own transportation or you can't swing the $8 or however much. When I used to do figure drawing, it was a $5 model fee, but that was in like 2007, so it was a minute ago. Oh, you got it. Thanks, Joseph. Do it, Cherry. That sounds awesome. Do you know what size you want? Like, are you aiming for like a travel palette? Are you aiming for like a, this is going to house all my watercolors, everything at a glance palette? How are you liking drawing one, Tyra? What kind of stuff are they covering at your school? When I took it, you could tell the teacher was very uncomfortable with perspective because he could not do 2 and 3 point. He just talked about it and then showed like a video of it, but he himself wouldn't do it. He mostly focused on 1 point. He was a TA, so. Yes, he's my fiance. Cherry, you gotta tell them to take square. Good night, Kino Kitsune. Thank you for joining us this evening. I greatly appreciate it. Small world. Hi, Lab Accident. Welcome. That's gonna end up being a big, like a Clorox bottles are pretty substantial. Oof. Working that grind, Lab Accident. I guess that would make Joseph almost Mr. Joseph Natto Soup. Okay, so I've got a lot of this kind of pretty far along. So what I want to do now is I want to ink it, and I want to kind of go dig up my let me see. Give me a sec, you guys. Oh, thank you, Made by Dawn. How are you doing this evening? Okay, so I am not entirely done, but I'm mostly done with the markers. So I'm just going to put them aside for right now so they're not, all over the desk. And that'll let me rotate my my sketchbook, which will allow me to like get a better angle on things as I ink.
Probably zoom in some too.
I could do that, or I can try to do that at least. So I'm keeping some of the darkest from each of kind of the colors we've used. I'm going to also use those to ink. And I grabbed these some knockoff Muji gel pens, but they work just fine. And I also have some brush pins, and down on the floor I have some Sakura of America gel pens, which I will grab when I'm ready for them. Hi, Magical Miku. Good evening. Do you mean like other people who stream their art? I know my friend Terry Delgado, Terry the Sketcher. Can you drop a link for Terry the Sketcher? Does art streams pretty regularly, and I try to catch those, but I'm not always great about catching them. The problem is I can't just watch art streams necessarily because I'm often recording videos, so you know what I mean? Like I can't have that up while I'm also recording audio. I miss that. I used to love watching other people draw. I love seeing what tools other people use. I like watching their process. I like when people explain why they do what they do. So if you guys ever have any questions, please ask me.
What service are they on? YouTube?
I guess so. It says watch the Artcasters here on YouTube.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Terry the Sketcher.
Oh, wait. YouTube. Yeah. Sorry.
Terry Delgado.
Yep. That's Terry. Oh, okay. So the Artcasters is actually like a group of people who do this as a group regularly. I thought you just meant people who like regularly stream on YouTube. I believe Casey Golden streams pretty frequently as well. So y'all can see a lot of the pink and the purple have kind of melded in with the image. So I'm going over it now with these gel pens, and these are really just cheap gel pens. They've got good ink flow and they come in cute colors, which is why I like them. And I'm just going to use them to kind of tighten up the art a little bit. Like, I'm not looking to give it a line art appearance necessarily. If I was going to do that, I would just grab a Fude pen and ink with that. Oh, that's cool, Cherry. Nice. That sounds like it's so much effort. Oh, sure. No, unfortunately, I don't watch the Artcasters. I'll look into it though. Thank you for the suggestion. Wow, dang! Good for him, Cherry. Especially for how much work doing an animation anything is. I'm glad it's paying off. Sure. I'd be down for it. I don't know if if they would necessarily feel the same way, but I'll look into it. Ooh, boy, that sounds like so much work. I'm glad he's finding tools to kind of help make the process more sustainable, though. My phone just scared me. Oh, okay. No, what I meant is like, here on YouTube, sometimes if you do not have a certain number of subscribers, people are just not interested in doing collabs with you. So, like, I've been open to doing collabs since 2016 at least, and I have not had any bites. So, and some of it is like my real life friends, my online friends, some of them are very shy. They're not necessarily interested in recording their work, and I respect that. And some of it is I don't necessarily have the audience to bring it to the table to make it worthwhile to collab with me. So I'll look into it for sure. I appreciate the tip. Yeah, Cherry's got it. Oh, dude, I'd be down to collab then. I don't care. I don't care about numbers. I care about how passionate the other people are. If they're into it, if they're gonna give it their best, then yeah, I like working with people like that. And Cherry's right, yeah. I mean, I guess to an extent on YouTube, and this is me guessing, like, I guess it makes sense to treat it like a business, but I don't know. I don't want to like live that YouTube life, if y'all know what I mean. I'd rather just have a good time and try to be more laid back. I don't mind about the subscriber base. When stay in touch with me, Jen. We'll think of something. We could maybe even just do like a character swap or something. Something kind of laid back. Drawings of bricks with papers with faces. That's cool. So it's kind of like a stream podcast thing. A draw and chill. Sounds like a good time. That's something I wish, I have an art friend who lives in California now, and I wish, to an extent, I wish they'd stayed local, because we used to do stuff like that all the time, and I really miss getting to spend that kind of time with them. So that sounds really cool. Oh, I gotta be, actually I'll use a cover sheet because my hand's starting to pick up some of the ink and I don't want to like monoprint it across her face. That would be terrible. Almost anywhere else it's easy to salvage something like that, but on the face would be the worst. And again, I want to thank you guys for sticking with me for so late for some of you guys. So just wanted to express my gratitude for y'all hanging out. Gotta fix that camera angle. It's like it's gotten more bad, more not on point. Yeah, it's like hanging out almost. But I still do appreciate it. Thank you. How much help she could do, but she'd be happy to taste the fresh produce. Oh, no problem. Hey, I feel, what's the word? I've been offended. You called me out. Joseph's calling me out for only drawing cute stuff. No, Cherry. Oh, no. That's good, Lab. It's like a nice lab accident. It's a good opportunity to kind of sleep in, get some Z's, rest up. Maybe so. Nice, Lab Accident. That sounds like a very excellent Sunday. What colors did you pick up? For sure, Lindsay. I haven't seen your art. I hope you will share it with me someday. Oh, wow. I haven't even I don't think I've tried any of the fuchsia colors. I didn't realize they were kind of sparkly. Oh, okay, yeah. But I don't think I've tried any of them. I was like, wow, a red one? That sounds nice, though. Daniel Smith always makes, well, yeah, they always make nice watercolors. Maybe they're not always like, I struggle with some of the colors because some of them, Kino Kitsune handles them so much better than I do. But some of them just sediment in a way I'm not used to. But I can, they're like, you can tell they're high quality watercolors. And their customer service is really good too. Yes, I do. You should be able to drop a link, Lindsay, and I can just hit approve. Or you can email me if you're more comfortable with like just showing me. And would you drop links for my Twitter and Instagram? Oh, nice. Send me a message and I'll follow you back. That goes for anybody who wants to share their Instagram with me, or they have an Instagram and they want a follow back. Just send me a message and be like, hey, we were chatting in your stream. Give me a second. Where are you? Like this one? I have not, well, I mean, I've swatched in it. It's a cellulose paper, so your layering in it is going to be kind of limited to, what the paper's willing to let you do, because with cellulose papers, they mostly just sit on top. But I like fluid paper in general, both the Fluid 100 and the Fluid Easy Block, so I'm looking forward to using it. Yeah, please do, Lab Accident. How are you using them, Lindsay? Do you like them? Jen, why don't you just try sharing like a sample of what you do and kind of keep an eye on what's more popular, what generates more likes, what do people seem to, I always say like what resonates the most, but what do people, you know, sort of interact with and seem to enjoy the most. And then if you want to focus in that direction, you know, it's kind of giving you an idea. You can also use Instagram stories to share your works in progress, which is what I do with comic pages, because I used to just share comic pages just straight onto my regular account, like, you know, take photos of them at the end of every day. But I felt like that was probably cluttering my feed a little bit too much with, you know, unfinished work, so I post them to my stories now instead. Oh, those. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. How do you like them for layering, Lindsay? They're a whole heck of a lot cheaper, more affordable than moleskins. And this is just me talking from my own experience. I feel like social media, when it comes to finding like long-term professional work, I feel like for a lot of artists, it becomes a trap. Like it seems like it's going to help you bridge that gap, but it doesn't necessarily. When I moved to Nashville, I kind of let my posting on social media take the place of like going out and like actively courting professional opportunities and going out and talking to like editors and stuff in public, because you know Nashville doesn't necessarily have that kind of a comic scene and it doesn't necessarily attract those kinds of people. So I was like, well, it's okay because like they can just find me on Twitter. But I definitely watched my career stagnate. Even though I was drawing every day, I was posting work every day, I was talking about comics all the time, I was updating this comic focused blog, and I'd started my YouTube channel. Like my life was not changing, it wasn't improving, I wasn't making any progress. So I feel like for some artists, social media becomes kind of a trap, or it's like you're feeding the beast. Like you're just always making art in hopes that the right person will notice it. And I don't mean to like I don't want to like depress anybody. I guess what I'm really saying is like, if you find that it doesn't work for you for whatever reason, it's okay not to keep up with it. Your happiness and your well-being are more important than trying to feed into a system. On that note, though, it can be excellent for finding commissions or for selling, like funding your Kickstarter of your webcomic, stuff like that. It can be really excellent if, you know, you are not, for every person who's had my experiences, there's someone who posted twice to Twitter and they took off. So I think it's definitely worth trying, and it may find a while to find the site that's best for your art. Oh, that's cool. So it's a different type of art on every platform. That's good to know, Lindsay. I've kind of struggled with it. but I've used them for like field painting, and I tend to not give it enough time to dry. So that's probably why I'm struggling with it. I'm glad to get a second opinion though, especially from someone who seems to be enjoying it. I don't have a yellow pen. I wonder what I'm going to use instead. Maybe the pink? Oh, another thing though, if you have too much wax on your paper, they won't go over that. So then you have to switch over to like, words. Like a Micron or a different type of. I used to play Ragnarok online, and RO had higher loot drops, higher XP gains than social media does. Nothing will draw on that, okay. That's okay, we'll figure it out. In the end, what may end up being most profitable, and it really depends on your area, it might be the faith-based art. I know there is a market for that. I think a lot of them don't realize they can buy custom-made things yet. And maybe you'll be the artist to kind of introduce them to that concept. Good morning, Lindsay. Yeah, dang. Sorry. Slow, Becca, slow. Hey, 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 break it up. Break it up. What's with this? I'm attacked. Quit it. Well, I appreciate Joseph helping me moderate and dropping links upon request and keeping the chat moving even when I'm quiet. So thank you. Even if he attacks me. Ugh. Yeah, that's right, Lindsay. Do them for me. I'm just the poor artist who had to stay up. I work so hard. Hey, hey, bring it up. This is not dog pile back. Come on. Hey, quit. Wow, dang. I would say enjoy it, because you don't know when the next time you're going to get that kind of a break in the weather is going to be. Unless you live somewhere temperate and you're like, 65, that's cold. In which case, I don't know, enjoy it. I don't know. Oh no, lab accident. I'm so sorry to hear that. What are you doing to stay warm? Tell Houston to warm up. Kick in the booty. Aw, yeah, sure. Shared. I saw a really, really cute video on Twitter today of a baby reading a book, but he was so cute, and he like sits in his lap like, I'm ready to read, and he's leaning against the dog, and it's a book about dogs, and he's like pointing at the picture of the dog, and then like not bopping, but like, you know, like, puppy wake up, like, that's you. And it's like, oh no baby, you're so cute. Well, it's not just no idea how to drive on ice. It's also that, I mean, because Joseph and I are from Louisiana, we just don't have the infrastructure for it, you know? Like, they're not going to go out and put salt down. And if there's snow, there's nobody, they're not going to plow that. They just don't have those kinds of things. Yeah, with the baby, the illustrations in the book were very, like, iconographic, I want to say. So I didn't think the baby, looked like a 6-month-old, would figure out, like, oh, that's a dog. But to see the, like, you could see, like, the little gears turning. It was incredibly cute. Like, how excited the kid got was just the cutest thing. Okay, so I am finally finished with this stage. So I'm gonna pull out my weird misshapen future device, and man, the camera has really shifted. Wait, I've got a picture of it, and now this is supposed to have perforated pages. I'm not going to try to deal with the perforation, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to gently remove her from her sketchbook prison. Oh no, Lindsay, I'm sorry. That's so disappointing. I know you were looking forward to it. Okay, where? And suddenly it went from art hour to art and craft hour. Huh, what a joke. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me in this hour that never unhours. I think she's turning out so cute. Oh, now that I look at it, I see a hand I missed. I'm going to go back and do that, but she's so cute. I also don't necessarily get a chance to do alcohol marker commissions like this, because often at cons people are like, $35, that's so much money. So I'm really grateful to get the chance to do a really stinking cute commission like this. Gosh, she's so cute. They salt some of the roads in Nashville, but like the hill I live on, they don't ever salt it. So like, even if the rest of the city isn't closed down, I can't go anywhere. I can't get out of my driveway, and then I really don't want to go down the hill. Oh, she's so cute. What is he doing to me? What is he saying? What are you saying to me? You think he's so funny. He's such a punny guy. About to do some surgery. My only regret tonight is that my camera isn't doing a better job, because this commission's really, really cute, and I would love to be able to like retool this stream into like a time lapse. You know what I mean? Because like, who's gonna watch I can't tell how long this has been going on. Who's gonna watch a 4-hour and 2-minute stream? Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, dang. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the company. Honestly, I didn't think it was going to take me this long. I'm not complaining. I remember in my head, you know, it was like thinking about doing these, they always go faster, but I think it's because, like, you know, I'm bopping to music and stuff. Aw, that's because he's funny. Oh, she's so cute. I should do one with like one of my OCs as a con example. Like a physical con example they can actually look at, not just the one in my book. Well, the problem is the angle on this camera. It's not necessarily... I'm going to post pictures of her to my Instagram when I'm done, so that you guys can see. The colors are like really weird on my camera right now, and we're gonna fix that. And like the angle is making everything look short. Ah, she's still pretty cute. It's making everything look short and just more square than it actually is. So I wouldn't necessarily expect anybody to want to rewatch something this long with that many flaws. Oh, all right. Y'all can't see me, but I'm doing this dumb little dance because I've got this, which I'm going to overlay. Actually, I'm going to go dig and see if I can find something. No, they both went to bed. I'm going to find something that has a smaller pattern so you can actually really see it. How is it that when I want something with a small yellow pattern, I can't find it? Oh, that might work.
Put on paper and get
Might
it.
be too busy though.
Oh, get some of the Japanese ones.
That's what I'm doing.
No.
This is
I mean,
gorgeous, but it's
definitely
too
bought.
pink. Aren't these some of them?
The top that we bought.
Those are frog specific, aren't they?
No.
They're not big enough either. They're like little. I just might not have anything. I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go with this. Oh, shoot! It came with like an X-Acto blade set. Honestly, Lindsay, I have two. So, email me your mailing address if you're cool with it, and I'll send it to you. No, it's not for a puzzle. I wanted to do, so this is the other yellow I found. I wanted to do some cut paper because she's, this is called Wa Loli style. So it basically means like traditional Japanese clothing, Gothic Lolita kind of thing. I can actually show you. Give me a sec.
You could just switch
I could.
to just display your motion.
Is it showing up now? Yeah. So this would be like a Wa Loli kind of style. So you see it has like the traditional Japanese prints on it. Not these are more Western influence. They're really
You
pretty.
made the browser small in your desktop.
Oh, I know. Okay, I'll switch them. There we go. Anyway, so this is kind of like the influence behind what she's wearing. So I thought it would be really cute to do her with that kind of a pattern on her outfit. Yeah, I'll let you know what the shipping is. I don't want anything from it for it other than shipping because I got these at like a hands-on creativity event for free, and I only need one. So we have this, which, I mean, maybe I can like line it up so that you see more of the pattern. And then I have this, which actually has gold in it, but that might be kind of loud. But it also has like the teal from her hair. I guess I'll go with this one because this is the one I showed Tyra to begin with. So I don't want to like go changing things, especially if she's not in here to give me any of her input. I don't want to change it and it'd be like, surprise, it's different now. Because like not having done commissions for so long, not everyone's different is a good different. Like not everyone's like, I'm going to change it and make it better is going to be better. Okay. I want a pencil. Actually, I had it in a good way and then I lost it. So I'm holding it up to the light. Oh, you're here? Okay, hey, would you prefer this one or this one? And I can show you. So with this, we get a lot more pattern, but maybe it's kind of too much pattern. With this one, we don't get as much pattern, but it doesn't take away from like her cute face and her hair. So do you have a preference? Let's call this one A and this one B. Okay, and then, then Joseph found another one. I'm so sorry. But probably still a less pattern one, because this one doesn't really match with the yellow that's on there. Okay, so I kind of roughly cut it out. And if I miscut this, I'm going to scream. Not like on camera. I'll just like go into another room and quietly scream at miscutting it. Okay. Let me see if I can finagle it just a little bit so we can see a little more flower. No problem. Fortunately, she's almost done. So I want to thank everyone who bore with me for the 4-hour-long haul artathon. Many hours of many powers art stream extravaganza. Oh, snip. I was thinking about, that's okay. That would be too much anyway. Like too much going on. Okay, now I need to get a nice big piece of paper to mount her on. And I'm just really looking for like a piece of cardstock, which isn't in this drawer because I've been through it. It's under a bunch of stuff. And they're all like burn out your eyes, right? Oh, he answered. Never mind. I thought I grabbed a tape runner, and I don't seem to have. Actually, I don't want to use this piece because it is all bent on the sides, and what I thought about doing was like, right, kind of collaging it, but that is not ever going to lay flat. So. I sincerely do wish, though, I could hand out juice and snacks. I mean, I probably do as well. I could probably open a very small craft store. So, I mean, like, is it normal? I don't know. A lot of us end up with that. End up collecting that because it all seems really cool. It all seems like a really fun idea, or it's something we want to try. And then we end up with these things that, like, they don't work as advertised, or they're more difficult than, you know, the packaging kind of claimed they were going to be, or they make a huge mess and, like, you know, we don't feel like cleaning up after all that. It's just not worth it. So then we end up with like this hoard of things we bought with good intentions and never use. Yeah. Yeah, and there's only one way to learn it. It's, you know, first, I gotta touch it. I gotta try it myself. I gotta do it. And that's kind of why I started my YouTube channel in the first place. I've had an art supply review blog for years, and I've reviewed comic supplies for years. And I don't know, I just wasn't getting like the hits I used to get on it. So I wasn't really serving the audience I wanted to serve necessarily. So I started, I mean, we'd run a YouTube channel for a while where we do artist interviews. Like we go to different cons and Joseph will go interview artists while I table. Just trying to like educate people about like what it's like running a convention table, how much money you might make in the artist alley, what works, what doesn't work, what cons are good, what cons have room to improve. And we've run that for about 7 years. There's hundreds of videos of that here on this channel. But like I hadn't really shared a lot of my art on YouTube. Part of it was I didn't really have like the right kind of recording setup. And part of it was I just didn't know if I could be comfortable making art while people watched or for people to watch. But I got used to it. For sure, yeah. That is a really good resolution. Just try to be gentle. Because most of us are our own worst enemy. We don't really need anyone else to be cruel. We can be plenty cruel to ourselves. Of course, then, when you're cruel to yourself, other people are real quick to jump in on it, too. I think a lot of people do the self-negation thing, hoping someone else will be like, oh, no, that's not really the truth. When often people are very quick to jump in and be like, yeah, you are awful. So I try not to give them that kind of fuel anymore. I don't talk about myself that way. Have I ever been to Indiana? I have not. Was it? I thought it was Illinois. Champaign, Illinois, or was it Champaign, Indiana? I guess I have been to see a friend of mine who lived there at one time. Thank you, Tyra. She's almost done. I keep saying that, and then I keep adding more to her.
No, I guess you're right. It is Illinois.
So these are little like Chiogami cherry blossom stickers I got while I was in Japan. Ooh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, Jen. That might not want to stick. Kind of discovered a couple years ago that you can't really mentally beat yourself up into being a better artist. You're just going to beat yourself down, and then you're going to want to quit. And it takes some people longer to want to quit than others. And it took me about 31 years of treating myself like that. Have a good evening, Lab Accident. Sleep well. Stay warm. Oh, that's fantastic. It took 31 years of me being, I guess not 31. I didn't start at birth, but I kind of started young. I started at 5. because I'm ADHD and I wasn't medicated when I was really young. So it was like, well, how can somebody who can read not be able to sit still in class? So, you know, I started being cruel to myself young, and I did it for like from then until I was like 31. And I should not have treated myself like that, you know, wasn't helping me achieve any of my goals. It wasn't helping me be a better person. It wasn't helping me be kinder. It wasn't getting me book deals or anything like that. It was just wrecking me. I felt like garbage all the time. Yeah, I'm 33. Well, 33 in March. And I couldn't afford to go see a doctor for it, so, which is what I would really recommend for someone who's struggling with that kind of stuff. So it took probably longer to get better than it really needed to. But I mean, both my parents were workaholics, so, you know, I learned how to do it from them. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm glad they found good homes. Loving homes where they're going to actually get put up and, you know, people are going to admire them, enjoy them, and where they're going to mean something. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been to Champaign, Illinois. My friend actually lived in Effingham, but you probably are a little familiar with Effingham. There's nothing to do there except wash your truck. So we took her to Champaign for her birthday because she wanted to go to Michael's and Target because they don't have that in Effingham. I try to stay young at heart too. Just enjoy things for what they are, and I've been really trying not to think too much into things or read too much into people's motives because, you know, I can't read minds. Okay, so I'm going to add a little bit of sparkle and then we're done. And I think Lindsay asked about gel pens. So I've been collecting them for 5 years now. Probably pick up one every other time I go to Michael's, except I think I have all the ones I want, so I don't need to buy any more. Nice! Congratulations! Yeah, that's Effingham. Okay, so I was talking about how some of the jelly rolls have two colors. So these are all like the color on their cap and then gold. So some of them are really pretty and some are a little funky. The pinks are nice. And then these have pieces of glitter in them, I believe. And then the glaze ones actually kind of, so they go on almost clear and then they kind of puff, not puff, but like they sit on top of the paper. It's like a glaze. And then this is just kind of an opaque color. And then these all have like shimmer in them. And some of them can get a little goopy / sticky too. So you gotta be kind of careful when you're applying them, because otherwise, you know, they just don't look that good. The sort of clear ones, I know I have one and I just don't know where it's at. The sort of clear ones are nice for just adding like sparkle anywhere without like affecting the color too negatively. Yeah, they really are. Some of them are prettier than others, but this is a good one because it can go on over almost anything and still be really nice. Because it's mostly just like a silver glitter rather than like, you know, messing with a specific color. I'm sorry, these are metallic, I guess, because that's like a nice gold actually. Whew. Okay, and then I think I just want to add in some white Signo, and then we're done, y'all. We're done. We almost did it. Well, we're not. I mean, I don't want to say we're done because then people were like, "Good night," even though I got a little bitty bit left to do.
Bo gonna help you?
Oh yeah, Bowie's the most helpful.
Walking on things?
Awesome. What a great cat. Aw, thank you. That was a fun one to do. I think in the future for the marker commissions, I gotta not, I mean, I like the style of it, but I need to not go whole hog on it because time-wise. But she was so cute. I really couldn't kind of resist going crazy. Okay, I think that's it. Woo! So, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for like almost 5 hours. I really appreciate it. Y'all were great company. Hopefully, she needs a theme. That's up to Tyra. I have done my duty. And I lost track of what I was saying. Hopefully, I'll see you guys next week Hopefully I can do the stream a little bit faster. But I appreciate y'all's patience, and I really sincerely appreciate you guys hanging out with me and keeping me company and drawing along. Y'all were a pleasure. So that's true. It does take a while. And 4 hours isn't that bad for this. No problem. Thank you, Catherine. So, y'all go get some sleep. I'm going to go get some sleep. And hopefully I'll see you guys next Friday at 8 CST. Bye, guys.